Ses deneme. Ses 1 2 3. Ses deneme. Ses 1 2 3. Ses kontrol. Ses deneme. Ses test. Ses kontrol. Ses deneme. Tamam.
was speaking earlier just to Stephen.
Hadi başlayalım. Sahneyi çıkalım.
I do, yeah.
Hello everyone. We are just beginning. Please have your seats. Hey. We are beginning. Please have your seats. Okay. I think we can. Okay. Hello everyone. Welcome to SDG Impact Accelerator. Firstly, I want to introduce myself. I'm Melis. I'm running this SDG Impact Accelerator together with Ozan. Where is Ozan? And for his opening speeches, I want to invite Mustafa Osman Turan, who is co-chair of this project and representative of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Mustafa.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome, first of all. So this is a big day for us because we've been working on this project for the last 2 years. It was just an idea about 2 years ago, which we discussed together with UNDP. The idea was to support entrepreneurs to implement sustainable development goals. I'm sure most of you know what sustainable development goals are. United Nations General Assembly took a unanimous decision in 2015 on these 17 sustainable development goals. These goals cover almost all of the urgent problems that we all face around the world. And unless we achieve these goals in the next 11 years, we cannot turn the clock back. So the world is going through a serious crisis, both in terms of climate change as well as many other problems. One of those problems is the number of displaced people, which is getting more and more. Today, there are 70 million displaced people around the world, 4 million of which are hosted in Turkey. That's an important challenge for all the members of the United Nations. This number may increase dramatically if climate change get worse, and according to optimistic estimates, the number may go up to 200 million people. it may get worse and go up to 500 million people in the next 10 years. So what we need to do is to find solutions to these problems, to the problems of these people, because in most cases, these people are living in very difficult circumstances without any legal status. They are not citizens of the country where they live. They are not even sometimes given refugee status. In Turkey, we have provided these 4 million people a legal basis to survive. As you know, there's a law passed, and that law protects them on a temporary basis. It provides them right to work. It provides them universal basic health coverage, so they can go to hospital free of charge. Their kids can go to school free of charge, like any Turkish children. So Turkey does a lot to displace people wherever they come from. But we thought we have a responsibility to do more in the form of innovative solutions. But innovative solutions do not come easily. It requires partnership of people who would like to find those innovative solutions, especially those from the state institutions, private sector, philanthropic organizations, international organizations who work in this field. When they come together, it's much easier to find these innovative solutions. So our ambition, our dream was to create a platform for all these partners to come together and create an enabling environment, create a support system for talented entrepreneurs from around the world to come together in Turkey, because we have problems to solve here. We have people who are facing these problems on a daily basis. So Turkey is actually a hotbed, a laboratory of these problems and potential solutions. So this would support the Turkish government to support these people, but also become a model, both as a platform, but also in terms of the specific solutions we find here can really change the lives of the people. I mean, we have visited quite a number of very difficult places to live in Turkey. This photo was taken in a recent visit in Gaziantep, in an informal tent settlement. I'm saying informal because there are camps established by the Turkish government, which have a lot of, the necessary conditions to live. But there are also informal camps where, for example, seasonal agricultural workers, most of which are refugees, live, and they don't have water, electricity, or sometimes sanitation infrastructure. So these are the partners who come together with the facilitation of both the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and UNDP. We have invited Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, who is represented here and will talk to you in a while. We have invited Eczacıbaşı and Limak from two major private sector companies, groups in Turkey who care about sustainable development goals. We have invited WFP, World Food Programme, who does already a lot both in Turkey but also around the world to support displaced people. So that's a unique platform of government, private sector, and international organizations, and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation being the philanthropic side of it. So what we did was we have, first of all, we wanted to see what exists around the world. Because this is, okay, this is an important initiative, but there are many initiatives around the world. So we we brought together 5 experts, 2 of which were Turks. One of them is here, Ussal. He's going to speak to you in a while too. And these experts looked around and found similar initiatives, and we have learned from them. We interviewed them. We prepared a feasibility report, which designed the structure, the processes of this platform to support entrepreneurs. So after the feasibility study, to be able to attract new partners, we needed to implement the assumptions of the feasibility report on the ground. So it's not enough to write something really nice on paper. You have to really see if it works in real life. So we decided to test the assumptions of the feasibility report with 2 challenges. One was 2 big problems, actually, because the ambition of the accelerator is to address big problems, and once they are resolved, they would create a bigger impact. So the first challenge we identified in consultation with our institutions was livelihood opportunities and access to basic services was a big problem for many of the displaced people. And we thought that the new technology called blockchain could be a solution, at least one of the solutions. And we have invited entrepreneurs from around the world to create a digital ID based on blockchain to enable displaced people to have access to livelihood opportunities and basic services. And you will see today what kind of solutions can exist through this technology. The second issue, the second big question we identified was clean water and sanitation. This is a huge problem. It's one of the priorities of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation around the world. Because if people do not have sanitation, proper sanitation, then disease spread and their lives are at stake, even more than under normal circumstances. So UNDP and WFP took the ownership of the digital ID challenge. So that's what we call partnership. And Eczacıbaşı and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, coincidentally, maybe not, they have already been working on the challenge about what Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation call reinvented toilets. Maybe you've seen the videos of Bill Gates himself going around the world and making a great fuss about reinvented toilets in really interesting ways. But also Eczacıbaşı, I think Faruk Eczacıbaşı, in one of his visits to a country where sanitation systems are not at the level we are used to, when he came back, he instructed Boğaç Bey, who is here, Director of Innovation from Eczacıbaşı Vitra, or Eczacıbaşı Group in general, instructed them to work on this problem already 2 years ago, right? Almost 3 years ago. So now what we are doing here is that we brought Eczacıbaşı and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation together to work with our entrepreneurs to find the right solution. Of course, the right solution depends on the context of where the problem is. So there's no one-size-fits-all formula. So they are, what they need is that the entrepreneurs go to the field, check the problem, and see what kind of solution would fit to solve that problem. So that's what they're doing. So we opened a call in June, end of May, for 1 month only. We used the networks of our partners, including the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And in response to our call, 150 applications were made from 35 different countries around the world. This is by far the largest number of applications, but also in terms of the diversity of the countries where these applications came from, it was quite pleasing, quite surprising, a pleasant surprise. So these are the names of the countries where the applications came from. So we started with a boot camp. We invited 25 of these startups to this place, this beautiful place called Joint Idea. It's Joint Idea is one of our partners as well. We thank them for their hospitality here. So they came here and took this boot camp, which is quite efficiently managed by Beliz and Ozan. They are such a great team to really take the entrepreneurs very seriously and then put them through a very hard program. So out of this boot camp and the pre-accelerator program, we have now 13 teams, but today you will hear 9 of them. 9 teams. So 4 of them work on digital ID solutions, 5 work on sanitation solutions. So what are these other 4 people or 4 teams? They are our observers. Their business solutions are not directly related to those 2 challenges, but those applications were so good that we wanted to involve them in our cohort. So that's why we have 14 teams in the program. And today we will hear 9 of them. Yesterday we had a similar event in Ankara where the observers also made their presentations. But today you will listen to 9 of them. And at the end of today, we will select 2 of these teams, or maybe 3, to take us together with, to go to New York. On the 23rd of September, we have United Nations General Assembly in New York, where there will be the first SDG summit to review the implementation of the SDGs at the level of heads of state and government. Our president will be there. So we will organize a side event to present the results of this program. And 2 or 3 of these teams will be with us to tell their story, tell their experience of this program. Why? Because we want to inspire the rest of the world by what we have achieved. What we have achieved was not easy because we took the teams to the fields 3 or 4 times, the fields where there's no sanitation, the places where livelihood opportunities and access to basic services were very difficult. So they talked to the people who are facing with the problems on a daily basis. So they will showcase what they have achieved in New York. I would like to also mention that this is not, actually I would like to underline that this is not a PR project. I said this in the beginning, I say it now again. This is not a PR project. This is an initiative by many serious partners to create tangible impact in the lives of the millions of people around the world. As I said, we will not do it alone. We will inspire other change makers around the world to do the same. We will replicate this model of the accelerator in other countries, especially those developing or least developed countries, where they can also create this ecosystem to support entrepreneurs to find the necessary solutions. So we invite you to look into this project a little bit more closer. We have a wonderful website, sdgia.org. We are active on social media. Please follow us and join us. And thank you for coming. I would like to now invite Seher Alaçacı Arıner, Assistant Resident Representative of the UNDP Country Office, who is our main partner in this journey. Seher.
Thank you very much, Mustafa. Dear partners, dear entrepreneurs from all over the world and in Turkey, dear distinguished guests, welcome. I would like to welcome you on behalf of UNDP Turkey Country Office. It is an honor for me to be here today in this wonderful event with so many enthusiastic people all around the world who work to make people's lives better. As UNDP Turkey, we are proud to implement together with the Turkish Ministry of Foreign Affairs the first global impact accelerator program in Turkey, SDG Impact Accelerator. We would like to thank once more to our partners, starting from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Limak and Eczacıbaşı, and also WFP as our UN partner. UNDP works to find practical and innovative solutions for Turkey's development challenges since 1950s. We support the government of Turkey on the way to achieve sustainable development goals by 2030. We believe that we can achieve these goals only we can work all together. To accelerate these steps towards the global goals, we need new ideas, new solutions, and new partnerships. Therefore, this initiative just provides a great opportunity for us to bring different ideas together and to strengthen our partnerships. In this regard, I would like to congratulate all 25 teams that participated to our accelerator program from 14 different countries, which participated in the program since the beginning of July 2019. They worked really hard throughout this inspiring and exciting journey and gave us hope and inspiration for our future. Today, 9 teams which participated in the acceleration phase will present their technological solutions that they developed and to be piloted in the context of Turkey. They observed the needs, the problems of the refugees and disadvantaged groups in the field visits, as also Mustafa mentioned in his presentation. They established new partnerships, received financial, technical, and business development support, and now it's time for them to present their solutions, their products, and implement them with various partners and make their dream come true. In the coming months, as UNDP Turkey, we will continue to support the teams, and we will continue to facilitate the discussions and partnerships between the teams and the different partners, actors in Turkey. We are ready to support them to make their experience richer and the impact greater. We are very excited and enthusiastic that the program come to an end with such very good products and ideas that you will very soon listen directly from the startups. This is what, in fact, we wanted to achieve in this program, and this is in line with UNDP's new vision and the next generation UNDP. It is performing better, faster, and creating impact at larger scales with innovative solutions to the biggest problems of our times, changing lives of millions for the better future. As UNDP Turkey, we always focus on helping the most advantaged people with the mission of leaving no one behind, which is also the motto of Sustainable Development Goals. We look forward to seeing how this initiative will contribute to making the lives of the people much positive, and also in Turkey and abroad. We hope that SDG Impact Accelerator will inspire others to create innovative solutions to the biggest challenges of the world. As Mustafa also mentioned, the two teams that attended the program will go together with us the United Nations General Assembly and presented their findings in a side event which is hosted by UNDP's Istanbul Development Private Sector and Development Center and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So this is a great opportunity to reach out the world, talk about our experiences, present the technological solutions that is developed for Turkey to the potential global customers and partners. We are very excited to see how we will all move forward this journey together with you. And I would like to again thank you for all of your participation, and also the entrepreneurs, startups, teams that work together with us in this exciting journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Seher. May I now invite Asif Abbas, please. He's the co-financing lead of the Middle East relations of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, coming from London.
Thank you, Mustafa Bey. I'd like to extend my greetings to Mustafa Bey, to all the partners of the SDG Impact Accelerator, and to the distinguished guests we have with us. Good afternoon, everyone. As Mustafa Bey mentioned, I am the co-financing lead for Middle East Relations and Pakistan at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The foundation has been growing its partnership with the government of Turkey over the past few years, based on the shared goal of helping the world's poorest people lift themselves out of poverty and live healthier lives. Turkey has made excellent efforts on the SDGs, in particular by hosting the 4 million refugees and by leading the world in development assistance. Turkey has shown that equitable lives are more available to everyone if we extend our hand to those who are most in need. Where other societies turn their backs, the Republic of Turkey opened its arms up to some of the most vulnerable populations in the world, and for that you should be commended. A range of actors have made Turkey's efforts in the development space possible, and I'd in particular like to call out the work done by TICA, by AFAD, and by TRC. The strength of Turkey's development model is being able to bring together a range of partners to help deliver real impact on the ground. For the Gates Foundation as well, partnership is critical to what we do. We understand that we need actors from across the private sector, from the public sector, from philanthropies and from governments to work together to achieve our joint aims. We are really pleased to be part of this partnership, and in particular because we have partners like the UNDP and private sector entities such as Limak Holdings and Isachibashi Holdings. And it's great that we can work together with the World Food Programme and with the government of Turkey to bring to fruition the Impact Accelerator. This accelerator has been a very timely initiative and has a real impact to move the needle on some of the most important SDGs. And by defining the focus for the pilot phase on digital IDs and on non-sewage sanitation, we have identified two of the really critical levers to help combat poverty. For the Gates Foundation, both these topics are really critical to us. We do a lot of work in the financial services for the poor space with a view of bringing the world's poorest people into the formal economy and helping them contribute not only to building their own lives, but to helping the societies around them. And we hope that similar learnings can be applied to the refugee situation as well. In the non-sewage sanitation space, we recognize the importance of innovation, and that's why, as Mustafa Bey mentioned, His Excellency Bill Gates attended the Reinvented Toilet Expo in Beijing last November to identify the fact that toilets have remained unchanged almost for the last 100 years, and we need to, as societies, identify new solutions that rely less on fresh water and can service the most vulnerable populations, both rural populations as well as refugee populations. I think it's excellent that this accelerator has shown how the Foundation's exploration and innovation can really complement Turkey's exceptional work in the development space. We're currently exploring further opportunities for partnership with the government of Turkey, and we're really excited about work we're doing in agricultural research as well. We're currently trying to finalize a partnership with the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry, which looks at how we can improve farmers' resilience to climate change by improving some of the crops that are available to them today. I'd like to congratulate the Republic of Turkey on the completion of the pilot phase, and I'm very excited to be here today working with the partners, working with the innovators to identify today's winners. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Asif. May I now invite Boğaç, please, Innovation Director of Eczacıbaşı.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm really glad to be here and being a part of this accelerator. As Eczacıbaşı and Vitra, we have started 50 years ago to build the modern life, civil life, and healthy life in sanitation. And we start our business almost, 50 years ago. And from that day, we put all our effort to be in homes and the living spaces of everyone, to bring the proper sanitation and having this modern life and civil life. But lately, what we have figured out that sustainability and the ones who doesn't have enough or cannot have this proper sanitation is one of our key issues, because our social responsibility as Eczacıbaşı is letting us to think about the ones who has no access to sanitation. And lately we are dealing about this one and putting our effort to get more innovation on this. And together with this program, and thanks for especially the Foreign Affairs, Minister of Foreign Affairs and UNDP, they are the fillers and the bonds of all of us. They bring us together with all this beautiful minds of entrepreneurs and this Belinda Gates and Foundation and Eczacıbaşı and Limak together, and all the partners have a chance to find a solution of this huge problem. As Eczacıbaşı, we think innovation is not just a core team's issue. We need collaboration and cooperation. And this accelerator is one of the best accelerators I have ever seen that has gonna end up with a good collaboration and good coordination. Thanks for everyone, especially the entrepreneurs who bring their ideas and their products and their thoughts into this system to find a solution for the refugees and this how can I say, the ones who has no thought about a proper sanitation. And the next thing is, we as Eczacıbaşı are putting human in the center of our business. So if you put human in the center of the business, serving them, solving their problems, and thinking about their problems each day is the part of our business right now. So thanks for everyone to give their effort and put their hearts in this accelerator, and hope at the end we will have a concrete solution in the field which we will be all happy and feel successful and feel satisfied about the people that we have seen in the pictures. Thank you, and hope we will end a beautiful day today. Yeah.
Thank you, Boğaç Şimşir, Innovation Director of Eczacıbaşı. Now, may I call Nils Gerede, WFP's country director based in Ankara.
Thank you, Mustafa. I'm also very excited to be here. I don't want to speak very long because I think you're all impatient to hear from the innovators and the entrepreneurs. I just want to say a few words about why WFP, World Food Programme, is supporting this. We, of course, work, as Mustafa said, with refugees, with almost 90 million people every year, many of them refugees. Turkey is one of our bigger programs, and we're very proud to be working with the government of Turkey and the Turkish Red Crescent with almost 2 million of the 4 million refugees. And as Mustafa said, and others have mentioned, Turkey hosts currently the largest refugee population in the world. At the same time, we're already in year 8 of that refugee crisis. And the program we have in Turkey currently with our partners is a cash card. So we're helping the refugees, the poorest amongst them, by giving them a monthly cash transfer. It's an unconditional program. And as such, it cannot go on forever. And we need to start thinking in year 8, how can we get people to earn their own living? Of course, everybody was hoping the crisis would have ended a long time ago and people could have returned to Syria or to the other countries where they came from. But that's currently not the case. So very important that we find solutions and we enable and empower people. We talked about the SDG agenda in 2030. It's extremely ambitious. We often think, I think when we look at the news, of refugees as a burden, but I think that's the wrong approach. I think we need to see how we can turn refugees, how we can unleash the potential that they have in them, how we can give them the tools so that they can not be a burden but contribute to the societies that host them. And this is where kind of the challenges that we will now be witnessing contribute to. How can we give them the tools so that they can be more productive and more effective and more efficient in the societies that they live in? So the digital ID one is one of them. For many refugees, having left their countries in a hurry without much preparation, they have lost their credentials, be it education, be it health related. And in the same way, the things that they learn in Turkey and the certificates they get in Turkey, they will not have, they will struggle to take back to their home country one day they go back. So for us, the idea here really is how can we empower refugees to become more productive members of the societies that are hosting them. And that's why we're excited about this challenge, and that's why we're supporting it. And now we're, I think, all very curious to hear what we will, to see the 9 different presentations that we'll be witnessing. So good luck to all the competitors, and thank you again for UNDP and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for having organized this in a very, very short period of time. I think we started, you said 2 years ago, but it really got started 4, 5, 6 months ago, and it was all. And I think many people thought it would never get here on time, but it did. So thank you and good luck.
So our last partner, Melih Özsöz, representing Limak. Melih, I always forget your title. Innovation something?
Yeah, Innovation and Creativity Manager. So cool. Yes. Hi. Thank you. So actually, as the founders, they were like pitching, so we're also welcoming all the time. So it's really very nice to be here. I mean, last time I was trying to explain why this project is very different from the other ones done in this country through the logos, right? So because all the logos, they were all one next to each other, so you don't have the bigger logo of the ministry, etc. But today we don't have even the logo, so we only have the SDG Impact Accelerator. So as most of the founders, they were partners, they were saying, this is a very important day for us, and I really would like to wish good luck for all the competitors today, and we will see each other next week in New York for the United Nations General Assembly Day. It has been only one year since we were first introduced and invited as Limak for this project. And 1 year ago when Mustafa Bey was introducing and inviting Limak, this project was just a piece of paper actually. It was just 1 page. And in a year, so there has been a huge progress with all those companies, with all those startups all around the world coming here, pitching to us. And now we have only the 9 companies to select only 2 of them. So as Limak, so it's a very interesting journey for us, and we will be continuing our support for the SDG Impact Accelerator in the next years, and we definitely wish more Turkish companies, more private companies, Turkish private companies, to get into this scheme, into this game. Thank you all, and good luck to all the competitors. Thank you.
So too many speeches, but I will ask you to bear one more because it's important. So from the beginning, we have been collaborating with Ussal on this project. Please, Ussal. Ussal Shahbaz. So just like our Accelerator team, Ozan and Beliz, who are excellent in what they are doing. Ussal is also a great consultant, great advisor to the whole project. You were instrumental in the feasibility report. Now you are supporting us as a consultant. Please tell us why this is important.
Sure. I'll just tell three things, which I just try to put into perspective. I think this is a unique project. And it goes beyond any other accelerator program because of three reasons. One is a bottom-up approach in international development. Normally, what we are used to as international development professionals like myself is designing a technical solution to a given problem and then writing the specs for that solution, probably hiring an international consultant firm, paying millions, having a procurement document, finding a contractor and implementing the solution and then ending up with nothing. Because we probably looked for a solution to a wrong problem, which doesn't even exist. What we are doing here is actually believing in the knowledge in the field. We are bringing entrepreneurs with some hypotheses in their minds about problems and taking them to the field to speak with the real users and also to speak with potential partners who can help them implement their solutions. If their ideas work, then they scale, which we will do with these pilots after this demo day with the startups that we choose. So it's a different approach, and it's an approach that is becoming much more common in the international development area. But for countries like Turkey, emerging markets, this is quite unique, and I think we are a pioneer. The second thing, which is very important, is generally we develop global solutions, but the local application is very weak. Take the case of the toilet. All toilets are alike, right? You basically do what you are doing in the toilet and the outcome. But if you travel around the world, you see that toilets are very different from each other. And it's extremely culture specific. So if you are resolving a toilet problem, you need a global partner and a local partner, which we try to do here in this case by bringing together Gates Foundation and Eczacıbaşı to solve a local problem and then scale from here together with the startup. So this is an approach that could be replicated in the next turns of this SDG Impact Accelerator and by other institutions. So I think we also set an example in this regard. And the third thing, which is especially important for Turkey, is this is also a benchmark for technology diplomacy. If you heard about it, some countries like Denmark, like France, appointed technology ambassadors recently. They represent their countries vis-à-vis the technology community in the world, because technology itself is becoming like a superpower. People don't talk about military power, people don't talk about political power, but they talk about power of technology. This is a very unique project where we brought together technologists from around the world to Turkey to test global solutions and scale from here. So it's not, talking the talk, but walking the walk. It's doing something. Through diplomacy. So I think in this regard, it's also a unique example. Thank you very much for coming here, and I hope you like the demos of our entrepreneurs.
Yes, now you confirmed once again why you're here. Thank you for putting these very complex issues in a very comprehensible way, in a very short time. Now, we will show you a very brief video because pictures are worth 1,000 words. This is a video, it's worth 100,000 words. So please watch carefully about what we achieved so far, and then we'll start the more exciting part of the program. Okay, now I invite Ozan, who is one of the key persons to make this a success. Ozan?
I don't like, those who know me already know I talk too much. Yeah, I mean, thank you. Yes. Those who know me already know I talk too much, and this is going to be a much shorter version, I hope. Every 3 years, I try to make a fool out of myself. 6 years ago, I moved to Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for a university called KAUST, King Abdullah University of Science and Technology, world's #1 in terms of research in water, food, energy, and environment. I built an IP-based accelerator program in the most unusual way, and I was kind of successful, so I got fired. And then I moved to San Francisco, from one Mecca to the other Mecca. Together with Beliz and other team members, we built the first technology accelerator investment company based out of Turkey, but investing exclusively for global Turks, helping them expand their technologies and know-how to US, where they can fundraise, scale, and grow. That was also super successful. We made 22 investments in the 3 years of time that we had. We worked with partners like Berkeley, Draper University, and others. And now we are super proud to have seen some of these teams kept going, and they fundraised from super prestigious investors in Silicon Valley. And then we were super successful, and then I got fired, Beliz quit. And then it was her choice. Yeah, so it was her choice, but kind of, I might have an influence on that one. Because every 3 years I try to find what's kind of not very easy to do and what I can learn by making mistakes. And when I first started talking to Mustafa and all the other partners, I said, this is crazy, it's never going to work. Why not do it global and really force the kind of speed of sound with the Turkish institutions, UNDP, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and everybody else. And because this is very new, they said, we can do it, we're kind of global. They had no idea what they were putting themselves into. But I'm super happy to say the first international, truly international accelerator program of this sort that lasts for 3 months with so many partners, with funding, with implementation funding, which is also very unique in this set, has been done. And you're going to see the results. Usually the first batches are stressful, the seconds are kind of easy, but the third ones are really difficult. So I'm really looking forward to wait until we build the second one, and then we build the third one. And then maybe this time I stay around and try to make a fool out of myself in my own country, helping the people in need in my own country. That could accelerate the technologies and innovations from my country to the world. We believed in Global Turks 3 years ago, we made it. Now we believe in companies to be born out of Turkey solving global problems. I'm super happy to be joined by so many partners, and I'm looking forward to see what your comments will be to our startups. If you like them, it's all they're doing. If you don't like them, it's my fault. So you can come and complain to me. I have kind of a thick skin, but I'll still listen. I really appreciate your comments. And now it's time for the real show. Thank you so much for coming.
Hello, everyone. So, before I introduce myself, let me first introduce Anna, a platform where public and private institutions can issue globally verifiable credentials, and people can finally hold their personal data portable, private, and secure. I'm Jimmy Snook. I'm the co-founder of Tyken, where we validate existence through technology and create access to people's needs efficient and secure because people matter. Over the past 2 years, we have become the preferred identity provider of the One-to-One consortium led by the Dutch Red Cross. We have done 2 projects so far with the Dutch Red Cross, with 4 more in the pipeline, where we're going to help 3,000 to 5,000 more people get access to humanitarian aid. And we raised $1.8 million from the founder of Booking.com, founder of eBPI, amongst others. Over the past 2 months within SDGIA, we finally were able to get boots on the ground in Turkey and really start to understand the complexities surrounding the 3.6 million refugees in this country. And as a small anecdote, this is something we were talking about after some of the first field visits. You can read all the reports you want, and you can watch the TV, and you can know what's going on, but you don't really know or understand what's going on until you're sitting there at a table and speaking with the people and hearing these stories. And we had stories from quite a few people, and it made us focus on the 1.6 million people who are of working age, but yet to be employed. And they want to work. They have a strong willingness to work, but they cannot. And sometimes that is because of a language barrier, but other times it's because of bureaucratic barriers that don't even directly encumber them, but indirectly. And this is where we started looking into the meta problems. So the environment, the stakeholders surrounding them, the SMEs and the entrepreneurs who have to apply for these work permits for the refugees in order for them to legally be able to work. And there are a lot of barriers for this. And not just the Syrian entrepreneurs, but also the Turkish SMEs still, to apply for a work permit. A lot of them either don't know how to do it, or it's too expensive, and then they might either give their eGov passwords and everything to an accountant who charges a surplus, or they might just not do it at all, which then prevents a refugee from essentially getting a job and getting livelihood out of it. And luckily there are parties, I think all of whom are in this room, who are working on this to support the entrepreneurs and the SMEs. But we thought, okay, so what can we do to help from a technological point of view? And this is where we saw Anna fit in as a personal digital agent for an entrepreneur or a business owner in order to break through these bureaucratic barriers and make it easier to start a company, make it easier to get access to services such as applying for a work permit. And since we saw similar problems at home, we actually started already building an MVP for the Netherlands. And that looks like this. So here, first the language is selected. So can be fully done in Arabic, as well as Turkish or English. And then a safeguarded environment is created in the form of a wallet where all the personal data is held private and secure. And so say if Mustafa Bey were to uproot his life and start a company in the Netherlands through the application, this would be done through first creating the environment, creating the wallet, which would take them to the place where they could register their business through the Chamber of Commerce. With a linked verifiable ID, which could be a passport or a residence permit in the case in the Netherlands, with a bank account. They would register their company, they would make the payment, and then be able to apply for work permits, get accountancy services, legal services, or even real estate. And this is where our business model lies, at least in the Netherlands, to charge this at a monthly basis in subscription packages in a tiered model. And it essentially means that Anna is sort of a Swiss army knife for company paperwork to make it easier and more understandable. And just as another small anecdote, I tried to go through the application process to become a freelancer in the Netherlands, just to see what it's like, in Dutch and in English, and it took me way too long to figure it out. And this is because largely it's a process of a lot of paperwork, but also because the language level on the government website is on a C2 level. Even when you get your permanent residence as a refugee in the Netherlands, you will have likely a B1 level of Dutch. So you still don't really understand the language well enough to know what's on these government websites. And we saw that the tech, which we have used now in the context of humanitarian aid, and in this here context, it's scalable across the population. So starting with Syrian entrepreneurs being able to open a company and go to the permit applications, to even one day the kimlik here or the passport, the Turkish passport. And this all to create this outsized impact that we're all looking to create by lowering these bureaucratic barriers that people can get employment easier, to get higher employment and higher socioeconomic inclusion for the refugees, spurring local economic growth. We do this with a team of absolute magic makers and many partners across the humanitarian field, the technology, and have had quite some media exposure over the past 2 years. So now all we're looking for in Turkey with our product and case study in hand is research partners in the form of TÜBİTAK, for instance, implementation partners. If you're any of these organizations below, and I think we're all here, please do come find me. We're looking for a 35K in funding to do an actual pilot here, where we're also going to provide an in-kind contribution to really make this happen and allow for it to implement and be scalable across Turkey. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, my name's Nick. I'm delighted to be here today and thank you all so much for sparing the time for us. Today I'm going to talk to you about Zaka. We help companies remotely verify and onboard new, trusted and qualified customers. At the moment we're working with DeepD, an AI retinal diagnostics company that's seeking to plug the diagnostic gap that exists in Rwanda. We're helping them to verify patients, connect their retinal scans to DeepD's AI engine in the Netherlands, and return the diagnosis to the patient and to the clinic so they can follow up for treatment, all through a secure peer-to-peer anonymous format. What you'll see repeated in every engagement that Zaka creates is the verification of users, the connection of that user in a secure format to a third party, and the secure exchange of data between those parties. In Sub-Saharan Africa, there are many technical, operational, and social barriers between consumers and digital service providers trusting and transacting with one another. Some of the solutions for these range from agent networks and call centers to point-of-service kiosks, but none of them are configured to do high assurance verification at the point of service, which means that the trust gap remains. Zaka wants to create a distributed network for high assurance verification at the point of service, at which point we can create for those users a decentralized identity, which opens up a world of services that are trust dependent. I mentioned that we're working with DeepD. We're collaborating with another AI-enabled medical company, a leading technology university in Africa for a university ID, and we would love to be working here, creating a digital identity for migrants and refugees that enables access to reliable information about services and opportunities that are suited to them as individuals. As a digital ID company, we're an enabler. And as such, Zaka's impact is always tied to the impact of the clients that it serves. So with DeepD, we're supporting with the early diagnosis of diseases that can cause blindness. With Babil, we're expanding access to health services in Rwanda by providing high assurance verification and reducing the incidence of fraud within their network. With the university improving access to educational attainment and tracking performance for better results. And perhaps here in Turkey, we could be supporting access to the right information so that I, if I'm a user on the ground, can find the right service that I need at the right time without having fragmented source of information that may or may not be true. By lowering the customer acquisition costs for our partners to reach the end consumer, we're able to charge between 2 and 2.5% as a transaction fee through the Zaka marketplace. And our go-to-market will be pursuing AI-enabled medical services, and as well as microfinance ecosystems that require the smoother exchange of data between users for different services. The market for digital ID is absolutely enormous. And in these two particular market segments, we anticipate a $700 million market by the year 2023, of which Zaka hopes to capture 24%. Zaka is quite unique in its positioning, in the sense that we are user-held and private by design decentralized identity, focused exclusively on emerging markets. And that digital identity powers a personalized marketplace for trust-dependent digital services. Our team, a multidisciplinary team, brings decades of experience from across the public, private, and social sector. While we're concentrating our efforts on sub-Saharan Africa at the moment, we would be so enthusiastic and delighted to devote our time, energy, and resources to the problem and the solution that we've identified here. So what is that solution? Well, we've identified the challenge. There needs to be better access to information, and there needs to be opportunities for agencies, NGOs, and government institutions to identify which groups of people need access to which pieces of information at which time. So we'll offer refugees the ability to generate their own digital identity. With that digital identity, they can connect directly with an agency that may wish to offer them a service, which they're interested in. If they then attend a service, that agency can provide a third-party attestation to the user's wallet, which was originally just a self-attested digital identity. So you go from being a self-attested to a third-party attested, which exponentially improves the value of the digital identity. What does it look like? Well, this is a simple login page, and then some further details requested about their profession, their educational background, their family, and then the formation of a digital ID, which, as you'll see, has the assurance level 1 tag, a self-attested identity. You can also see on the other side of the app here the services that are listed within the app, which the user can decide to connect with. If they choose to connect with the Turkish Red Crescent, then certain information is requested by that organization in order to tailor their offering to the individual. It's anonymous, it's secure, it's peer-to-peer. Zaka stores no personally identifiable information in its database. If they choose to give their consent, that's a very important word, to Turkish Red Crescent to access that information, a trusted peer-to-peer connection is formed. And at that point, Turkish Red Crescent can send specific messages to this individual that may be targeting a group. For example, come along to the Chamber of Commerce in Gaziantep for an employability assessment if you have an engineering qualification in your country of origin. Very specific and targeted that might enable them to go on and secure a job. So now you see, at that point of service, the assurance level going from 1 to 2, improving the reliability of the digital ID. And you see the attestation from the Turkish Red Crescent now listed in the user's application, as well as, very importantly, the revoke button, putting the power always in the user's hand as to who has their data. Of course, there's an interface for the institutions, the ability to monitor the connections that are being made, and the ability to segment, define the communications that you want by segmenting and drafting and sending particular messages to particular groups about the services opportunities that are available to them. We're asking to pursue a robust pilot here. We'll be looking for a budget of $192,000 deployed over 9 months, investing in configuring the right technology for the problem at hand, which is a complicated and advanced one. We believe that we can leverage through our networks a 3.7 times cash multiple on a $42,000 grant from the SDGA. Following that, we'll be sustained through a premium subscription by the participants of the platform who will pay for value-add analytics and advanced messaging functionality. We seek partnerships with the range of organizations in this room to drive this project forward and to use the platform to send this reliable information out. Let me finish by saying the reason that Zaka exists is to create trusted connections. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Martakın, and I'm one of the partners of Certifier. And Certifier is a full-stack solution for educational institutions to design, send, and store what we call smart certificates. So I'm almost 100% sure that all of you here has gotten some certificates along their careers and educational life. But if you've noticed that these certificates get lost in space, because there are some problems in it for the individuals. These chunks of certificates cannot be stored in a digitally secure way. They cannot be shared in the times of need because they're not easily accessible as a digital way. But at the end, but most importantly, they cannot be verified when you're applying to something with that. On the institution sites, however, who are the issuers and distributors of those certificates, the data within those certificates is not visible and therefore not appealing to both them and individuals who are attending to those courses. And the data is not also traceable and analyzable and do not advocate the skill sets that the institutions provides after the educational courses. What we do is the smart certificate age. And once you verify that you're an institution, you're welcomed into this dashboard that we have on a web application. And you can design your certificate at your wish, or if your institution has an already prepared model design that you can also import to that platform. And you can add and drop all these variables, logos, and etc. And then you give us the receiver's information and also the information about what you did in that course. What are the skills that you're presenting to those people? What is your aim to achieve in that course? And then once the receiver list is done, you can send all of your certificates in just one click. Just like that, the certificate is done. And this is where our magic comes in with the serial numbers for verification purposes, blockchain for the data protection, and also skill tagging for both individuals and institutions to clearly see their educational pathways and to achieve what is important for the skills that they want to achieve in their life. And also this is the part where our verification works. You can just search the serial number there and it shows you if the original certificate is this one that you're seeing there. And at the end, all of these credentials, certificates, and open badges are stored in a profile, which you can also just share with a link or with a number, so that whenever you need a verification, the person who needs to verify you can just look up to that. Our business model is that we sell credit packages for smart certificate distribution, and 1 credit equals to 1 smart certificate distribution. And we also have an API library for the institutions that have already learning management systems that can be integrated in. We were launched in August 2018, and since then we've sold more than 35,000 smart certificates to 97 different paying customers. We've launched our version 2 in August 2019, last month, with an improved UI experience and also improved blockchain system. And we are launching the verified mobile application today. You can download it on Google Store and App Store for your previously issued certificates in order to add them to your educational passport and educational ID that is done by Certifier. And at the end of this year, we want to achieve sales in 7 countries in Middle Eastern and Northern Africa region. And the next year, our aim is to go to United States and Europe. And at the end of that year, we would like to be the market leader in those areas. Market-wise, we have 2 different sites. One is printed certificates, that is a replaceable market, and one is the e-learning market, which is a huge market that we can serve, and all reports estimate that these 2 markets will grow in the next years. Coming up to the competition, Certifier comes up advantages on being easier to use and also with an advanced technology with blockchain and also integrable system APIs. But the team is what we value the most, what we see as our most advantageous thing in the competition. Team consists of highly skilled people who are coming from the prestigious high schools and universities of Turkey, and a team who's worked with each other for a long time and who believes in each other and who believes in quality education. So the SDG Impact Accelerator phase was quite an insightful and learningful experience for us because we've, as Usal said before, we've come up with some hypotheses here and we've seen that they kind of match, the real world kind of matches with us. We've seen that a united platform for collaboration is a must from different parties, and education is a critical key for livelihood opportunities whenever we go. And we've also seen that courses offered to people who are under the temporary protection of Turkey are well planned and do not follow a skill-oriented pathway. So you can imagine that as a wheel of different parties trying to turn on itself. But what we're trying to do is to bring all those wheels like Ministry of National Education, United Nations Development Program, and also regional and local stakeholders like Kızılay and other institutions, and try to bind them, try to listen their efforts, and try to be the main platform that all parties can work on. And what we're trying to do here is to improve level of education for beneficiaries in order to achieve quality education and decent work in economic development by solving lack of communication and waste of resources by repeated courses from different parties, by the use of Certifier and its features of getting reports from the skill tagging that I mentioned, and also being a shared platform for data. And we've also seen a opportunity for further impact here once we met with all these other startups that are here, Mark's Lab and Gravity, who will pitch also in more detail. And we've seen that an opportunity to create a decentralized open wallet platform in which we are going to give the credentials and verification codes in the collaboration that we are presenting here in order to create easy access to data with regards to privacy and a shared platform that I mentioned before and a data-driven program. And we're looking for funding here, and we're looking mostly, more importantly, partners that we can work on that can bring us to a real solution here. So thank you for listening.
Hello everyone, and thank you very much for coming. My name is Johannes and I'm the co-founder of Gravity. And Gravity allows every individual to create a digital wallet on which they can aggregate trusted information about the economic activity and can share that with organizations and companies in order to access better services. Since the start of the year, we've created more than 700,000 wallets for individuals and 3,000 wallets for businesses across Africa. Aggregating data in the hands of the user makes a lot of sense in systems that are very dispersed, where many organizations provide similar services to the same group of people that require a mutual exchange of information for everyone to function efficiently, like a bank that needs to know someone's education or their track record, but where an information sharing mechanism or a central registry to look things up are missing. One such a system that we know well because we're based in Kenya is the lending space to small businesses in Africa. How, as a farmer or a small informal business that doesn't keep digital books, are you supposed to get a credit? If a lender doesn't know anything about you, they won't lend to you. And that creates a huge credit gap of $330 billion in sub-Saharan Africa alone. That's where we come in. We work at the moment with street vendors in Kenya and help them create a digital wallet on which they can receive trusted information, for example, from their suppliers that vouch what they sell to these people. And they can then push that information to lenders that can make a data-based credit decision. The lenders pay a fee between $1 to $5 depending on how much data they request. and scale through the people that have data about these businesses. In the start of next year, we want to create 200,000 wallets for small businesses in Nigeria with a big consumer goods company that delivers to these people. The digital lending has taken off in Africa and it has created a huge demand for credit-relevant data. In our segment alone, in the 3 core markets, we estimate it at $800 million. With our partners, we aim to achieve $100,000 in revenue, connect 10,000 small businesses with affordable finance, and help create 1,000 jobs within the next 12 months. We have hit some important milestones already this year. In January, we signed a cooperation agreement with PwC, France and Africa on digital identity, and we have a clear roadmap ahead. Our platform looked like this, very simple from the outside. A data contributor like the supplier can submit data directly on people's wallets through a simple file upload. The lender can request data by specifying certain criteria or uploading a list of identifiers from people. And that triggers a notification on the vendor's phone where they can view the share request and decide if they want to share the data. At no point in this process do we as Gravity have any access to data. And that's possible thanks to using decentralized storage and blockchain. Our platform uses decentralized identity standards, exposes an open API, and if someone can't manage their own identity because they don't have a smartphone or a minor, they can appoint a guardian to do it on their behalf. This platform removes the trade-off between easy access and high storage that you usually only get with a centralized database and full user control and privacy. We are a team of 4. I'm a former data scientist and product manager, and my co-founder Paul is a digital payment executive. After having spent 2 months here, we've zoomed in on an important question that I know many of you are thinking about every day, and this is how can we maximize the chances of employment for refugees? And we've learned that they need access to language training, hard skills, soft skills, and they need to be matched with opportunities. And we've also learned that there are already many organizations providing training on each of these topics, and they are backed by bigger organizations. But what we've seen is lacking is a coordination mechanism. How can we make this operation more efficient? Because what we see often is something like this, where beneficiaries take courses in sort of a random fashion. They take the same courses twice because we cannot see duplicates. And we don't know what have these people done before, how many do we reach in total, and what's our impact in the long term. This is a big problem, and one that's too big for us alone to solve, so we partnered with our fellow cohort startups, Certifier and Mark Labs, to provide a solution that is a holistic platform for certification, decentralized coordination, and long-term impact management. An implementing partner can issue certificates for participation through Certifier's interface directly on person's wallet. The beneficiary can complement the data with self-declared attributes, and they completely control what is on there and decide what they want to make public. Program managers can then reach out in a targeted fashion to certain segments based on skills and demographics, and donors can measure the long-term impact because they can follow anonymized trajectories of people through the system up until employment and beyond. This is what we want to get to. We want to put everyone on an optimal trajectory towards employability, while increasing self-reliance, minimizing exclusion, and maintaining 100% privacy. At no point does any sensitive identity data need to be stored or exposed. With this, we're positive we can significantly increase the population of refugees in employment and massively improve also the accountability towards donors. We've submitted a proposal for pilot to the Accelerator, and we need visionary partners that want to work with us on the future of humanitarian coordination. Thank you so much for coming.
Okay, as all of the founders have said, one of the primary things, I'll go there. All right. We also have a live, so I have to be on stage. As most of the founders have said, we tried to summon all of you in one small room, and all of the founders, as you can see, are lined at the back. They're keeping the gates, so they want to meet you voluntarily, of course. And we will be very happy that if you can spend time to catch some of the founders that you have more questions of. This was the Livelihood and Digital ID batch with 4 founders with this small round. We're done with this group. Next, we'll have the water and sanitation and no water toilet sanitation and hygiene batch. We're going to give a small 20-minute, 25-minute networking, catching up, and coffee break. And we'll see you in about 25 minutes. We'll start playing nice songs. So stick around, meet people. Very nice to have you over here.
should run away, where the sun never goes down and time has slowed down. Would it be too crazy if we decided to stay forever? Decided to stay forever, forever.
Look at those palm trees dance!
You gotta put your past behind you. Look, kid. Bad things happen, and you can't do anything about it, right? Wrong! When the world turns its back on you, you turn your back on them. That's not what I was told. Then maybe you need a new lesson. Repeat after me. Hakuna Matata.
Hakuna Matata. It means no worries. means no worries.
Let me
was your name again? I see so many of them come, want me just play pretend. All your girls, they just wanna have fun, but it's the same old thing that we all see. Same old thing that keeps me keen, but I just wanna be alone with you. Just wanna be alone with you. Same old thing that keeps me around. If you wanna come around, baby, it's cool. And if you wanna fuck around, baby, I do. Just wanna be alone with you. With you. With you. With you. Just wanna be alone.
C. Ses deneme.
We are beginning.
May we have you in your seats, please? Like in 10, 9, 8, 7. No one's paying attention. That's terrible. Burak Bey, Hilmi Bey. Nasılsınız efendim? Evet, başbakanlar da gelmişler, hoş gelmişler. Alright, perfect. Ussal Bey de gelmiş, sağ olsun. No, I don't want to embarrass people in English. Alright, great. Thank you so much. Tayken, Khalid. Alright, perfect, nice. Good.
Maybe we can connect via LinkedIn, find nearby function. Let me show you how we can do it. Open your LinkedIn pages, apps. And in the bottom part, there's a plus sign. You can see, right bottom. With a person with plus. Then you can see the find nearby. Did you get this? In the main page. Yes, I'm telling the iPhone's version. Yeah, maybe you can help me with the Android's version. So I'm clicking on this one and open the find nearby. I cannot open. Then in the Android one.
I think it's the same. You have to go to your contact list. Then you have this floating button with the person and the plus on the right. And then you have 3 options popping up. One of them is find nearby.
I think you should open your Bluetooth option.
Myself.
Open your Bluetooth. Okay. Could you figure out? No? What? Ah.
If you get a few thousand, don't worry, we're like really nice, cool, like white collar people that work. Everybody working in Exaggeration will link to have you on LinkedIn. That's okay, Exaggeration friends.
So I cannot see anybody.
I see that.
Okay then, let's begin the presentation. Yeah. You should open your Bluetooth to turn on the find nearby option.
You open your Bluetooth on and off?
Yeah. Oh. Filter.
Filter? Video. Okay. So, if the founders are nearby, can you come up to the coffee house side so you can get on stage quicker? All right, perfect. I was trying to find you, man. So, again, before we begin, here's a small snapshot of how did the field trips worked for the founders and for us. with great drone footage. Sesi şeyde. Ses geldi mi?
That this is going to make a difference, to make a difference.
Hi everyone, hope you had a nice break and all of us are awake. So my name is Mayank Midda. I am the co-founder and CEO of Garv Toilets and I work for shit. So I just want a favor from all of you. Please close your eyes for a few seconds and imagine the filthiest public toilet you have ever seen. Please close your eyes. It's not a pretty sight, I'm sure. So we are privileged enough to have access to these beautiful public toilets that are there, beautiful, gorgeous Vitra toilets. But it's not the same for a lot of people in the world, where people living in densely populated areas, they're dependent on shared sanitation services. And many a times these services, these shared assets are not really up to the mark, and many a times they're short in supply. So what happens is that these facilities are inadequate and unhygienic, which is basically a part of the problem. A major part of the issues are related with women and children, where they are supposed to change their bioschedules every day throughout the year and go out in the open to defecate and relieve themselves. And it's the same issue with the millions of refugees. We've seen in the fieldwork as well here in Turkey that many a times the structures that are available in sense of for toilets, these are temporary structures made out in small tents and a hole dug into the ground. But even if these structures are not there, they are solely dependent on open defecation. And that further leads to a lot of environmental degradation, a lot of diarrheal diseases, and hundreds of millions of children dying every day because of these diarrheal diseases. See, we don't really want that to happen. So our solution is basically a smart indestructible toilet, which is portable and modular. We developed this toilet out of steel so that it's durable, it's easy to clean, it's automated for self-cleaning, it's eco-friendly because powered through solar power, and it also has a decentralized waste management system, which is called a biodigester. It's inclusive because we include a lot of menstrual hygiene management products for the women and adolescent girls so that they can safely manage their menstrual hygiene. These are some of the pictures of the installations that we have done across the globe. Our toilets are smart because on real-time basis, through the integration of Internet of Things, some of the devices, we are able to track on real-time basis that how many people have used the toilet, whether they're washing their hands or not, on a very aggregated level. So we basically manage these data points to track the hygiene behaviors of the users. So these data points are really important for us in the long term when we want to work with the communities and to work on their hygiene aspects. Because in spite of the fact if you provide the toilets, people are set towards a particular behavior. Further on, we are also able to track whether the toilets are functioning well or not, there's any malfunction or some spares are to be replaced. So we get the alarms on the system, on the dashboards, so that these spares can be replaced in good time. Our business model is quite simple, where we only work with B2B and B2G segments, where we find an asset financier. It could be a CSR, it could be the government. And we partner with a local NGO or a local body to set up the toilet spaces. We maintain and operate the toilet spaces after we get the approvals from the local municipalities or district authorities. Over the last few years of our operations, we've been awarded across the globe with multiple forums. Last year has been quite beneficial, quite lucky for us, where we were awarded with the Unilever Young Entrepreneur Awards and the Mohammed bin Rashid Initiative for Global Prosperity just last month. And in terms of impact and number of installations, we have done increased our number of installations by 4x just in the last year. And we are reaching out to close to about 110,000 people every day. This is the market size. Specifically for India, we believe that there exists a market size in terms of public sanitation facilities to about $1.5 billion and immediate available market of $120 million. We are raising a $1 million round this year to improve the technology and to scale our operations in different geographies. This is our core team with a total average experience of more than 13 years into manufacturing, rural management, as well as software engineering. For the SDGIA proposal, what we have proposed is to set up these portable smart toilets, reaching out to informal settlements that we've been to. And for the seasonal agricultural workers in the agricultural fields, we set up these portable smart toilets in 2 sites, reaching up to about 500 people to start with through the pilot project. We intend to partner with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Exacibashi, as our technical partners and funding partners, and obviously the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry. So project timeline and budget is about 6 months of the timeline for the complete implementation of the project and a budget of about $47,000. We believe that when we are able to set up these sustainable smart solutions which are providing access to the sanitation services for the informal settlements, people living in informal settlements, it would improve their access to basic sanitation services and basically reduce the health expenditures of these communities in the long run and reduce the environmental degradation. Thank you.
Great. Okay, thank you guys. Good afternoon, everyone. Look at the picture in front of you. This is a picture of an informal settlement. In Turkey today, there are more than 400,000 people living in these settlements. Most of them are seasonal agricultural workers, and they travel 2 or 3 times on average a year after job opportunities. In these informal settlements, they have zero access to basic services such as water, clean water, or sanitation. So they build their own toilet, which simply is a latrine pit. It's a shallow hole in the ground. So what's the problem with these latrine pits? It's not really safe. It contaminates the surrounding environment, and it makes us sick. A simple example is if it's rain here, it will fill up with water really fast. Then it will overflood. So here the kitchen is really close by. The kitchen silverware or your tent will be filled with sludge and feces, and you get sick. So what we are doing about it? My name is Bara. I'm a co-founder in Akias. Akias is an Arabic word for bags, and we literally provide you with bags. But bags as a portable treatment sewage plant. So our core technology is based on a powder mix, a powder that kills the pathogens very fast in less than 24 hours. At the same time, it's not really toxic to the environment. The powder mix is embedded in a compostable bag, and our system works with best performance with our sanitation facility. But we have many advantages. Our compostable system can be adjusted and adapted to any existing structure or any latrine pit. At the same time, our system is quite affordable. We are providing a service that costs less than 5 cents per person per day. And our product has 0 plastic on it. So this is the actual product we've been designing, and it's designed for the emergency setting. And it's quite simple to adjust and to install. But for the case of the SDGIA goal, we have to tweak the product a little bit to fit the goal more. So this is the actual product we have. Here you can see it. And it's really, this is the actual size. It takes no sense. This is the end toilet part of it. And what you do, it takes like minimum volume, so the people can put them in their home as they travel. So every 1 month or 2 months, they change it once on the latrine pad. And what you need to do, deploy it, you need only to unfold the carton box, then it's ready to use. And this is how you install it. You go to the latrine pad, you put the system down, and you connect it with the toilet interface. Then it's ready to go. So to make it simple, we offer you 3 in 1. A system that is storage. It stores your feces, at the same time prevent any cross-contamination with the surrounding environment. Then it provides on-site treatment, at the same time transform the human waste into safe organic matter. If regulation allow, they take the whole compostable system and you use it to grow food, mainly for livestock. If not, you leave it in the latrine pit and it will decompose. No traces after 1 year. So competition. Maybe, or most probably, most of you here in the room knows like 60% of the world population have no access to sanitation. We're not here to compete. We are working with other startup companies to develop products or reach out to more market or develop a product that fit more other segments. Other fellow startup in this program, Terra Girata, contacted us a few days ago asking us for some bags to Colombia. But I can give a small glimpse of the market. Today, on rapid emergency market, there are more than 70 million persons displaced from their home. If we get only 1% of this market, we're talking about 2 million units of sales a year. At the same time, there are around 1 billion persons practicing open defecation, 1.7 billion using latrine pit as a source of, or mean as sanitation. Those can be like a direct market we can target. Okay, I'm stressed. Sorry. Okay. Concerning our impact, we're trying to hit at least 7 SDGs at one time. So in our first year, which is we're going to provide 4,000 access for 4,000 users. By doing that, we're going to prevent the cross-contamination of 360 tons of untreated sewage to the system. If we do that, we will do by default provide 120 tons of safe organic matter, and that can create around 40 job opportunities. This by default will will have a big reduction on rate of diarrheal diseases and gender-based violence. This year was quite momentous, had strong momentous for us. We have gained a lot of regional and international recognition in the market. The team who stand behind it is quite international and diverse in their expertise, and we are led by Dr. Sophia Tan. I would like to finish with the following. Toilet does affect many, it's not only sanitation. It's really related to many different things that goes in our daily life. And we have a solution that we believe is a turnkey solution that can hit and solve many things. So we're really reaching out to you with a proposal that includes many items, and we would like to hear your feedback on it, on if you are interested to work with us on implementing it in Turkey. Thank you.
Hello. This is Sertaç Karacaferoğlu from Nepsar. Hello. This is Sertaç Karacaferoğlu from Nepsar. I need to start by giving an informations about conditions of files in Turkey. The people struggling against poverty. Also, the files, lack of clean water source, lack of electricity, and lack of access at toilets. Under these informations, we have focused on sanitation and toilet issues in this section. There are four major reasons of sanitation problem. Poverty, landowners prevent, bureaucratic obstacles, and education deficiency. And they have only one solution for sanitation in their lands. The solution is digging a hole and making their toilets inside it. However, they usually prefer to making their toilets outside directly. Also, and of course, a lot of solutions exist in the world, such as pit latrines, mobile toilets, and composting toilets. However, why, although all of these solutions, why 2 and 4 billion people lack access to toilet yet? Because of this reason, and because of this reason, and because of this reason, like impractical using issue. And after all of these informations, we noticed creating a new project by our previous experience. We created a self-trade toilet project. The project is powered by nature, and the project is totally odorless, and it has a recycling unit to recycle the water to use for irrigation and flushing water. Also, the system is eligible to ISO standards. Also, we provide 2 years free guarantee for this product. Here we have a short video to understand easy. As you can understand, we have one piece of separated toilet system. And the urine and feces is separating in the source. And as you understand, the treatment unit is invisible. And the water can use for irrigation or flushing water by there. Okay. Thank you. And there is our customer relationship. We are selling our products directly to municipal governments, NGOs, rental dealers, and dealers. Also, a limited amount of product can be hired by governments and NGOs, but we prefer to sell their products to directly rental dealers. And what's our aim, and what will be our impact? Our aim is developing a radical and useful solution for less developed countries and developing countries. And what are we need to do actually is it? We need customer number should be increased, and rental dealer number will be increased, and self-toilets will be a well-known system in sanitation. And of course, our major focus is wastewater treatment systems in normally. And this product includes treatment units and mobile toilets market too. Our total market size is $88 billion in global. However, we are a startup. And as you know, it decreases our target to $56 billion. But in the for the mobile toilets market, our rank will be decreased about $2 and $4 billion in these areas. And what's our expectations from the SDG program? We expect to applicate our system in a file in Polatlı, because Polatlı is only 40 kilometers far away from our location, our company location. And also, we are solution, as Ankara Sevican Water Council is one of the solution partner from us. We can get necessary permissions easily. And also, due to nearness of Polatlı to Nepser, provides low operating costs and short operating times. And who is our potential partners? And our potential Garv toilets can be good potential partners for us, because they are selling their products, their current customers in India. And India is dominating this market in the world. And we can make a contribution by our efficient treatment units to them, and we can make a contribution with our previous treatment experience. And of course, it's not necessary, but if it will be actualized, it will be good for each other. And here are team members. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Omar Badawi. I am from Palestine. Actually, I cannot forget the moment when I visit the refugee camp in Polatlı, and I asked him about can I have a glass of water? He told me my father go away a lot of miles just to bring water, clean water to drink. Actually, this is not for a Syrian refugee problem. It's also for Gaza, which I am from Gaza. People during the wars, long wars, didn't have access to clean drinking water. Actually, this is the other part of the this big problem is 97% of the groundwater in Gaza is unfit for consumption by a human, according to this report. This is local. If we see this problem from biggest vision, we will see that there are more than 2.2 billion people have lake access to safe drinking water. Actually, the most polluted material in the water, which is dangerous, is high concentration of nitrate. When the nitrate is high in the water, it will have a direct and immediate health effect and make this a problem for children and also for people, and in a long term they will have cancer. There are current solutions for this big problem. There are costly chemical, which is not friendly for environment, and also biological and costly machine, which is not available for everyone and every refugee. What we do, we produce a natural filter from the nature. We bring the seed to produce the filter, which is can make the drinking water pure from the high concentration of nitrate. Actually, this is how it works. This is the component of our filter. In addition to eggshell, in addition to some treatment that can produce the filter media. This filter media, we can use it in two ways. This is the first way as a normal filter in homes, and the second way in as a perforated bowl. You can soaking this bowl within in the tank of water, and within 2 hours you get a clean drinking water. Actually, this is how it works. You bring a dirty water from anywhere, and you put the media inside it. Then within 2 hours you get the water free from nitrates. Actually, recently we have got fund from last week. We got fund from Agriculture Relief to provide 3,000 farmers with clean water, and we start this project last week. When we, as a new achievement for our team, we produce a manual pump filtration that can produce a clean water. Just by some pushing and pressure, you can produce a clean drink water. This is how it works. You just fill it with the water. This is two filters. One of them of nitrate filter, and the second is for salt and other polluted thing. With just some push, you can get a clean water, as you see. Okay, if we talk about competition, we have our product, our filter, normal filter, it costs between $10 to $15. If we compare it with the costly and unsafe competitor, it will be the best choice for refugee. Actually, this market is so big and it increased rapidly, especially if we talk about regions that have this big problem. Like Gaza, we have high concentration of nitrate in the water ground. So our first market is in our city. We will target this farmer with our product. Our impact, we will save a million of lives by applying our product and provide refugees with it. We got a certificate of efficiency from the University of Islamic University, which is the only university in Gaza that have the lab of water to test it. We got 90% of efficiency, and we also got many prizes from this organization, and we also got the prizes and got a new partnership with this organization. We have more than 30 years of experience in our team that focus on water and making water clean. Actually, this is not just in Gaza; it's in Turkey also. These cities have a high concentration of nitrate, and this is in a refugee camp. This is how they got the water. Unfortunately, this is we want to apply our product for refugee in camps. This is we want to during 1 year we will produce the filter for this refugee. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Diana, founder of Change Water Labs. where our team aims to make safe sanitation available to everyone with a waste shrinking toilet. Around the world, 4 out of every 10 people lacks access to a safe toilet. Even in Turkey, people living in informal refugee settlements lack proper sanitation. Why is that? Because most of them live in places with no sewage plumbing. And when you can't flush, things get messy fast, and collecting unflushed sewage is costly. Change Water wants everybody to have access to a safe, clean toilet, so we invented a new way to flush away waste. We shrink it. Human waste is 95% water, so instead of flushing it, we evaporate it. We've developed a low-cost membrane that evaporates and shrinks daily sewage on site, converting most of that volume into clean water vapor. Here's a video showing tubes of our membrane evaporating the liquid waste inside fast without the need for added energy or heat. So by rapidly shrinking waste, our membrane essentially acts like shrink wrap for crap. There's no pride when you work in sanitation. The other waste eliminating technology that we're developing is a P-powered biobattery, which takes urine and converts it into electricity, which we'll use to get rid of odors inside the toilet. So using these two technologies, we've developed the iThrone, a waste-shrinking, space-saving, portable toilet that evaporates daily waste fast. The iThrone uses pouches of our membrane to collect liquid and solid waste, which then evaporates and basically flushes away 95% of the volume on a daily basis. Also, we're using the P-powered battery to power a fan inside to blow away toilet odors. So using these two patent-pending technologies, the iThrone reduces waste volumes on site and eliminates odors without the need for external power or plumbing. So that means the iThrone can keep things clean, reduce odor, and install anywhere. With the iThrone, we'd be targeting the growing need for domestic sanitation in urban slums, as well as the need for drop-in sanitation in transitional and emergency situations. Already, governments and NGOs spend $73 billion a year on sanitation. Specifically, the market for portable toilets is $18 billion a year. Also, the market for sewage collection services is potentially $50 billion a year. So we would target these two markets through B2B channels selling to the businesses along the sanitation value chain. Those are the contractors and the sewage collectors. Also, in future, we'd be targeting sales to NGOs and governments. Already, without any marketing efforts, we have inbound LOIs from 3 private sector contractors for 6,000 iThrone units. Also, we've attracted funding from the British and Canadian governments through the humanitarian grant challenges to pilot squat versions of our toilet in Uganda this year. And we're targeting market launch in 2021. With those first 6,000 units, we plan to be able to improve the lives of 600,000 people next year. The iThrone, we would generate revenues by selling the toilet hardware and monthly replacement pouches. The iThrone will get safe sanitation to more people. People in slums, refugee camps, and crisis situations. By shrinking drastically the volumes of waste on site, the iThrone cuts costs of sewage management by half, thereby also increasing access and servicing efficiency. The funding that would support one communal toilet could now support 4 of our household iThrone toilets. Instead of each sewage collector servicing a small number of container toilets daily, they could service 20 times more of our iThrones monthly. With an iThrone in their home, a vulnerable family in a refugee camp or a slum could now reduce the risk of their daughter being raped, their child's risk of diarrhea, and their community's exposure to infectious disease. The iThrone reduces the use and pollution of water and also converts waste back into clean water. The iThrone reduces carbon emissions from sanitation by reducing collection frequencies and cutting off methane off-gassing from wet sewage. With strong demand for portable toilets coming specifically from India and China, we expect to be able to be profitable by 2022 and have sold 150,000 toilets by 2024. Along with the SDGIA partners, we're proposing a partnership to pilot in 2 sites toilets for $65,000 grant proposal, essentially to plug the gap for sanitation in informal refugee settlements in both the rural and peri-urban areas, where the key constraint is the lack of permission or ability to install permanent infrastructure. So what we would do is pilot our drop-in toilets in these areas to both address the need for sanitation, but also to explore potential waste-to-value conversion opportunities so that we could actually address some of the needs around job creation, income generation, energy access, and potentially agricultural production. It would be an 8-month pilot, and by the 4th month, we would be improving access to sanitation for 150 people and keeping 30,000 liters of waste out of the environment. Our team combines 50 years experience from clean tech commercialization to venture finance to manufacturing and engineering and international development. In fact, the concept for the evaporative toilet comes from work that I'd done with NASA looking at materials to improve water reclamation and water recycling on the space station. Our technology has been recognized internationally as a potential game changer to providing safe, scalable, and sustainable sanitation for the planet of 10 billion people. And so we really hope that you will all share our vision and help us change water. Thank you.
Okay, we will give a short break. Then, shortish. Then we will announce who will go to the UN General Summit.
So this was the end of the founders session. No more founder pitches, but you can still catch them off. In a short while, we'll start having our small cocktail. And the dear board members, if I may have you in the room, I'll lock you out until there's white smoke coming out of the room. So I'll see you soon. Enjoy. Geldim.
we should run away. Where the sun never goes down and time has slowed down. Would it be too crazy if we decided to stay forever? Decided to stay forever, forever.
Look at those palm trees dance.
You gotta put your past behind you. Look, kid. Bad things happen, and you can't do anything about it, right? Wrong. When the world turns its back on you, you turn your back on them. That's not what I was told. Then maybe you need a new lesson. Repeat after me. Hakuna Matata.
Hakuna Matata. It means no worries. means no worries.
Just wanna be alone with you. The same old thing that keeps me around. If you wanna come around, baby, it's cool. And if you wanna fuck around, baby, I do. Just wanna be alone with you. With you. With you. With you, just wanna be alone. use your name again. I see so many of them come, want me just play pretend. All your girls, they just wanna have fun, but it's the same old thing that we all see. The same old thing that keeps me keen, but I just wanna be alone with you. Just wanna be alone with you. The same old thing that keeps me around. And if you wanna come around, baby, it's cool. And if you wanna fuck around, baby, I do. Just wanna be alone with you. With you. With you. With you. Just wanna be alone.
Come on, everybody, please have your seats.
Tamam sonra ya. Önce anons sonra pasta değil mi?
Öyle mi?
Tabii
Öyle
tabii.
yapalım.
Önce anons sonra pasta.
Yalnız Mustafa yok. Mustafa için bir pasta keseceğiz.
Evet, tamam sonra
Tamam mı?
keseceğiz. Anonstan sonra
Sonra,
keseceğiz.
aha, Özcan hemen.
Good. Well done. Tamam. Yani önce partner çağıracağım. Nasıl yapacağız? Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe have you seated for a little quick announcement? Guys, Marcus, can you pull people to seats since you're up at? I mean, the ones who are already there. Thank you. Thank you. By the way, that's Marcus, who is, how do you call it, the co-inventor, co-owner, co-facilitator of the whole space with Eda. I don't know where Eda is. We really appreciate their space. We've been exploiting it to hell. Kubra and her team, I don't know where she is. Thanks for them. This is the fourth time we're here. Like we're ruining the space forever. But we're very happy. I don't want to kind of take it too long. Now we're going to announce 3 things. One, the challenge owners will announce who they are sponsoring to take to New York and showcase what they have been doing in the SDG Accelerator one by one. First, we'll do the water sanitation cohort, and they'll announce their who they picked as a team to take to New York. Second, we'll have the livelihood cohort. Challenge owners will announce who they would like to take to New York for the presentation on 23rd of September under the UN General Assembly co-event. And third, Mustafa and Seher Hanım. All right, there you go. And WFP will also mention how, and I can help as well, how the funding process will continue forward for those founders who propose to do something in the field with their current existing technology. Then we'll be off with great food and snacks and drinks. So Eczacıbaşı and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, may we have you on stage. Duygu Hanım. Duygu? And it looks really nice when you have like a joint, not just guys, like too many beards.
So you want us to announce the winner?
I mean, we don't call it the winner.
The winner, sorry, the person going to New York.
Like to hold hands and take to New York.
Yeah. So the team that we will be taking to New York will be Changewater. Sure. I mean, for the Gates Foundation, we entered this Impact Accelerator looking for innovation, looking for technologies that we really felt could change the game. And even though we saw that in all the presentations here today, I think it stood out a lot for us with Changewater.
Yeah. And also for Eczacıbaşı, I think we found a jewel. Thank you.
Thank you. Rish.
No, thank you so much for the opportunity. We hope that we can really bring some of the impact that we're dreaming about to the people who need it in Turkey. And we're so excited to have met also the whole cohort because we think that there's some great partnerships and we could learn from all of them. So thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much. There you go. We'll do that at the end. Thanks. Because he still needs to catch the flight. I'm trying to. Otherwise, there's a helicopter planning and chapters and who knows how to operate a chopper. So for clarification, this is not the funded proposal. This is the proposal that the team that we're taking to New York. The funding part of the proposal, not only for Changewater but for the rest of the voter court, is going to be discussed because the board members have recently get your detailed proposals. So they'll have a week to review them, and then they'll come back to you one by one to talk about more clarification. So funding will be announced later. So now, for the livelihood and digital ID cohort, the challenge sponsors, UNDP and WFP, may we have you on stage, please.
Hello, I'm just stepping in for Nils. My name is Steve. We've decided on the consortium between Gravity, Certifier, and Mark Labs to go to New York. Congratulations.
As two UN organizations, agencies in Turkey, we are really, excited to see this collaborative approach. This is a great value added, we think, that you brought to our program. So thank you very much, and we think that you have a great business plan. And also, congratulations. Yeah. Yeah. Congratulations. Congratulations. Yeah. Yeah.
So why is it important for you to pick a consortium?
Yeah. This is the collaborative advantage. Your collaborative approach you bring to the program is a real asset for us. So this really contributes to the vision of our program, the Impact Accelerator. You have a very clear structural business plan. You understand the content and the real needs and what we are struggling right now as the UN agencies in Turkey in Syria crisis response programming. So thank you very much. Congratulations. We are excited to see the results and how it will be implemented on the field. Would you like to say something?
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, what can I say? Well, thank you. I think we are all so excited when we started working on that proposal. You write things down and you put things together a little bit more precisely, and we all got really excited, I think, and it's great to get an opportunity to try to get closer to that vision. And yeah, I think what is also important, and I think we all agree, is that this whole process of going to the field, meeting the refugees, identifying these problems and coming up with solutions, that was something that we all did together in this whole court. And everyone was involved in that. We all became really good friends. We all shared. So, yeah. And of course, it's great that we could build a consortium, but really, this proposal is the result of the work of all the companies that were here. So, thanks to everyone. Thanks.
We will stay here. Yeah, you will.
Okay. Just a short introduction, because the honor is yours, honor is general, all of yours. I said one thing when we were back in Ankara. I said that all the stakeholders who are representing the government of Turkey and all the stakeholders who are representing the people who are included in the process of all the implementations for the beneficiaries in Turkey. It is actually a great scenario to see all these people gathered in one place, because at some point that is something close to impossible in Turkey. So in addition to this, while we were discussing about the consortium we are having right now, another representative from another startup from Turkey asked us, how did you manage to cooperate with a foreign startup, with foreign startups right here, because we haven't managed to do that with the startups who are Turkish at the same time, because that is actually a great achievement. So this is actually a great achievement for all of us, and this is actually a statement that there is nothing actually impossible to manage, even though there are some statements that are located in our minds that have to break down. But I have to move this mic to the guys who really deserve all the honor as well.
Yeah, I'll keep it short. They just said all the things in my head. The thing is that this problem is a huge problem, and repeatedly Ozan, Mustafa, everyone said that this cannot be solved with just single effort. So everyone should be in it if they can do it. So I'm really thankful to all of the companies, and especially to the consortium companies, because we've kind of allowed each other to be stronger, and I hope that we will get stronger even better every day that we work on this project. So thank you.
So I'm often accused of soliloquies, so I'll try to be very brief and concise. But we know that in the development sector that there are no silver bullets, and I think that this consortium is proof of that no one organization and no one solution is going to solve problems given the depth and breadth that they exist in. So together we're happy to take this first step in partnership with the public sector, private sector, and philanthropic sectors. And we think that this is going to be a model which is going to spread throughout the world. So thank you very much.
Can I just say, from my perspective, nobody suffers from these problems alone, and nobody solves the big ones alone as well. On your consortium, I wish you the strength to work together, and in the good times, and especially in the bad times. So good luck, and no, but seriously. Thank you. There you go.
I said yeah.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Huh? Well, maybe one final word before I give to Mustafa. Again, just to clarify, for the founders especially, the proposals are going to be reviewed going forward in the next week, and they're going to be asking questions about the budget, the structure, the follow-on, and we are trying to build as many partnerships as possible and find the rest of the Digital ID and Livelihood Court to also be able to deploy their technologies in Turkey. But the ones who are going to New York are these guys. So with that, Mustafa, if you can close this whole thing down and then we can just go and drink, that'll be really, really appreciative.
Okay, I will speak in English first and then in my mother tongue, Turkish second. So this has come to an end with some of the teams, who are going to New York. The rest will remain in this community of change makers with us. They have, as Ozan said, they have proposed us solutions, and we will take them seriously, and we will we will help them to put all these solutions in practice in Turkey. We have committed from the very beginning that this accelerator is not a competition, nor it is a PR campaign, neither for the Turkish government nor for any of our partners. What we are trying to do here is to forge and facilitate collaboration to address world's most complex problems. And this was just the beginning. And I think what we have proven is that once we really are able to collaborate, we can really come up with significant outcomes which will really affect the lives of the many people who need it badly, not just in Turkey, but also around the world. So I thank all of the teams for their really high level of dedication from the very beginning. They were traveling to Turkey, traveling between the cities of Turkey, going to, to the field many times. And this means a lot to the partners who brought this project together. So from now on, this is not the end, obviously. We will have an event in New York to tell our story, our collective story, to the rest of the world. We have invited some high-level decision makers, both from the government, private sector, and other circles. And I think when we come back, we will be able to make more progress together. So I encourage all of the teams to come on stage in a moment, not now. And just a few words to our partners. I mean, we were having 1 hour meeting just before this, and that meeting showed me once again that really our partners are the best partners that we could ever have, because they all have the good intentions to support the people who really change, who create change with their own abilities. So another thank to our partners. And to conclude, birkaç şey Türkçe söylemek istiyorum. Belki bu benim yani hakikaten kendi ülkemizde yabancı bir dilde böyle bir proje yapmak biraz garip durabilir sizlere ama yani bir diplomat olarak ben şundan dolayı çok gurur duyuyorum. Türkiye'de bütün dünyanın sorunlarıyla ilgili, bütün dünyadan bu sorunları çözebilecek kişileri buraya getirebilen bir platform kurabilmek hepimiz için çok değerliydi. Ve işte İngilizce artık herkesle, bütün dünyayla bağlantı kurabilmemiz için önemli bir dil. O yüzden onu kullanıyoruz. Ama Türkiye'nin gerçekten başta bu mültecilere ev sahipliği yaparken gösterdiği çok büyük fedakarlık, sonrasında bütün dünyaya bunu anlatmak için harcadığı çaba bizi burada birlikte tutan önemli faktörlerden birisiydi. Bunu daha ilerilere nasıl götürebiliriz diye uğraşıyoruz. Buna katkısı olan herkese tekrar teşekkür ediyorum. Bu sözlerle bu programın bu kısmını kapatıyorum. Bunu yaparken aramızda Zeynep Hanım var. Zeynep Bodur Okyay, Kale grubundan. O da bizi şereflendirdi. Sağ olsun. Onun da burada olduğunu bir kere daha sizlere hatırlatmak isterim. Dediğim gibi bu birliktelik, bu işbirliği herkese açık. Türkiye'de işbirliği yapıldığında çok şeyi değiştirebileceğimizi hem kendimize hem de bütün dünyaya göstereceğiz. Teşekkürler. Evet, şimdi bütün ortakları buraya alabilir miyim lütfen? Can I invite all of our partners and the founders on stage for a family photo? And then we'll take a selfie together with the audience.
Don't break it, don't break it. Wait.
Na na na na na na na na.
So, I'm not promoting what I wrote, but I'm promoting The Strange Diplomat. Mustafa Bey, who started and who's the co-chair of the organization, has recently got some interesting news that he would like to share with us.
Me?
You are going to be where?
Yes, I've been working. Okay, to cut it short, 2 days ago, I have been appointed as the new Turkish ambassador to Bangladesh. Thank you, thank you. No, this is not just any news for me, obviously. But one thing that is really important about this is because I promise to myself first that I will be the bridge between the SDG Accelerator in Turkey and the new SDG Accelerator in Bangladesh. And this link will be replicated between Turkey and other countries in the world. I promise, on my own.
Mustafa, gel şöyle bir selfie. Orada dur, orada dur. Canlı yayını seyreden herkes için herkese iyi akşamlar.